afternoon, good morning, and good evening, wherever you are in the cosmos. AJ Dodgestar, Intergalactic Mercenary. Yeah, at your service. And finally, we're back to doing some model kit building. And since it's May the 4th be with you, this is the May, Star Wars month. So, starting on the A-Wing. I don't have music on yet. Because I was saying, what music do I want with a Star Wars kit? I had the synthwave like we had before, but it's a nice selection of like jazz, maybe? One's pretzel decides to load. Also, new camera setup. There's a new desk. So instead of the camera now being there, pointing down the monitor shelf, now the right way up for you guys. This camera is now mounted on an arm, which is nice. Though, I only have one of the two desks I bought set up. I need to get my second desk here, which is what would have been my dedicated build space. I'm kind of like just a bit off center, but still way more space than I had with the old setup. Though somehow it feels a little bit cramped. A little bit. I mean, I've got this actually on the desk rather than off to the side. So no more spinning around. Though my drink is like really far away off the desk. It's a long desk. And like I need to be careful with moving my microphone arm, which you can actually see the shadow of it because there's a light above me. That I don't bump it into the camera arm as well. Like, figuring it out as I go along. Also, it's kind of warm today. I would normally have my fan on, but my fan's like a foot away from me when I'm sitting this side of the desk. So it would be one, probably really loud, and two, probably bumping into the microphone arm when it spins. But the window's open, it's fine. Right. A-Wing. Let me get the lid for a second. This is all marking stickers. More decals. Just be like the odd panel. And a couple of wee Martian marking things in here. Oh, and an instrument panel too. Though I definitely intend to paint it at some point. Also interesting is 2016. It was the red logo. I was just surprised that Gundam Mad still had Star Wars kits. Honestly. Alright, hang on. Let's. Also, I actually love this. No one does it the A-Wing, and it also comes with a turbo laser tower. Which is kind of sweet. So all the lights still come from here. I was trying to put the ring light on this as well. The ring light's way too big. So what I think I'm about to do is get another camera like the one I use for my tracking, which has a ring light built in, so I can put it here. Up until I get like the other desk built as well. Right, let's see. No, I made runners. There's like 3 main runners and then one small one and then just laser blasts. Right, where do we start with this? Oh, this is the one that folds out like this. That starts there. Oh, hang on. Where's our orientation, are we? Here we go. Here we are. And this fits perfectly fine. I mean, I'm still a tiny bit off center because not as bad as it was before, though. There's a white balance. All right. Turn the lip a tiny bit. Ah, come here, cable. Wait. Oh, that was at maximum? I wonder it was bright. And then does it just off? What do you want? Nice cool. Ah, it's too bright for my eyes. That'll do. It'll be a little bit brighter. Once I get a light above it, it'll be better. Right, here we go. No surprise we start with the cockpit. I love how like up here it like has the X-Wing bits and bobs, but it's like funny. The X-Wing kit says it came from 2017, which would be a year after this kit. Unless there was like a version of the X-Wing before this, but the one I've got says it came after. Right, let's see. Get my nippers ready. The jazz plays pretty good. Right, what do we need? Runners C first. That's runner A with that really lovely burgundy color, the main stripe. Honestly, this is a fighter that'll be mostly color accurate right out of the box. Surprisingly, the X-Wing. Should I might grab the X-Wing? It's behind me. We built the X-Wing last year. I never got around to painting it. But by comparison, the X-Wing, the only thing that's color separated is the stripe on the main body. I'm surprised it didn't have like why there's no color separation for like anything else. It's disappointing. Is why I need to paint this. Is yeah. Oh well. Put this over here for now. By the way. Ugh. Right, where was I? Yes. I need that seed runner down the bottom there. Also, I love how the main arrowhead is like literally just this and this. Also, I wonder how well this shows up on screen. I can probably angle this. Would probably show it. You can see that that's warped. This corner is warped. I think this weight's been sitting in the box for like probably years because like these little bits here to protect these parts here. But I think the tip of the laser guns. Also, like in the box was up against the turbo laser. Let me get this part. I can show you what I mean. Went through the box. So like the part for the base, the turbo laser, that was like this. You can see how like this part was bumped up. I think Bandai put it in the wrong way around. Because when I put it like that, it fits better. More level. Go figure. Right, anyway, SWE1 Star Wars effect. Well, from 2014, these effect parts. Oh, is our version of the X-Wing in 2014 maybe? That'd be like why it's not as color separated. Right, anyway, Sea Runner. Interior stuff needs to be black? Okay. Where are we? I also love how there's just a cutout of the ground crew guy. Well, I need 3, 5, and 7 and 8 really. That's 7. And this one's number 8. You know, the jazz is very nice. Oh, that's what I forgot. Didn't have jars. I forgot when I was rearranging the room. Also, I just noticed my green deck just blink. Like, because my headset cable's close to its cable, and that needs an adapter. I have to rearrange where they are. That's the G-Witch one. Oh yeah, that one's cool. I need some bigger holders, jars, or empty it, the ones that paint it. Enough space in that one. Fine, totally. Ow, oh, arm, pull over. Bum, bum. Right. Let's see. I feel like these nub marks won't be much of an issue because they'll be interior parts. And once we're built out, we can kind of then eyeball what would need to be painted. Obviously, the pilot would need to be painted, and like any missing panels and stuff. But with the Star Wars kits, I kind of wanted to paint them completely to give them that full weathering pass and everything. These Star Wars kits, or like Star Wars fighters and stuff, especially Rebel, need to look dirty. Empire can be nice and clean, just a wee bit of soot on it. That's that. There's a lot of like, these are like the side panels of the cockpit. So there is, even though there's a sticker for like the main one, these ones also have buttons and stuff that would be fun to paint. Which right now, it shows up very well on camera, does it? The lighting, you know what? Where's my camera controls? A bit better. The white balance. Let me turn up slightly. The light is off to one side. Like, there's no really much light coming from this direction still. That's the most bright one, I think. I don't think you can see any of that on there with the camera. All right, let's get a little bit of sanding. Do not separate parts from the sprue until they're ready to assemble. AKA, don't lose it. I need little parts from sanding right now. Don't need that much sanding because it's going to be covered by other parts, but you know. It's been a good few weeks since we built anything. We finished off the Daisy Ogre was first half of April. I'm realizing how far I'm leaning over because when I need to like reset my position, I have to lean over my mouse. So like this should be my thing position, right? There we go. Oh wait, that was mirror button. Wrong button. Yeah, that should be roughly too high now. Huh? There we go. That should be better. Okay, oh. That's the cockpit position. And then these. I've forgotten what shape these are. That is that side. Yes, and this is this side because it shows that as it gets taller towards the back of the cockpit. Yeah. Interesting. This one's taller than that one. so this panel going here. Just small bit extra clearance. Oh. I like see a tiny gap. I mean, rebel ships were probably not well put together anyway. Other note. There it is. It is interesting how the cockpit interior because there's definitely like clearly bits and bobs along these. I mean, we should be easy enough to pull this back off though. Yeah, I can even poke them through the other side. So I want to make sure I can take this back apart. Do like a full paint job. It'd be easier to, you know, airbrush things when it's in part. Once I get the airbrush station operational. So that is. Same with that X-Wing. That would be cramped in there. It's also so dark on screen. Like, I need the white balance. It'd be like, the longer I hold this here, the brighter it gets. Oh no, that's wrong. That seems warmer.
Hello there.
Doing it manually. Hey, Mecha Boy, how's it going? How's that for white balance? Probably a tiny bit warmer than it should be, but 60. And this is just a straight black plastic, that's why I don't show it very well. This is the new table, yeah. So like, instead of like everything in a weird angle, I'm gonna like off on the left hand side of my desk is where, so I'm literally sitting in front of my second monitor rather than my main monitor, and this is on a mount now rather than a tiny tripod. But the light, I'm still like working it out because I'm supposed to have a second desk. Like this would be my main desk, and then a second desk at an L. Like the idea was to have main desk with a secondary desk like this, which is would be my dedicated build space with the airbrush station as well. But I think I already said this in Discord. Apparently, part I bought a wee cabinet to go under this one. Apparently, it became out of stock after I ordered it, and IKEA didn't send it. I refunded it, but weird that they let me buy it in the first place if it was not in stock. Little error on their end. I'll have to wait for that to come back in stock. Plus, that gives me more time to kind of sort a couple of boxes out. Write down old couple of boxes I've not, you know, done yet. There's a bit more space, so I can then Basically, where I'm sitting right now is probably roughly where the L would be. So I'm just like sitting here right now, I think, roughly. Or should I be sitting here at when I'm gaming? You get the gist of it. But yeah. That's the job done. You once brought oranges for 30 when the actual price was 300. You got it for 10%. Not bad. Not bad at all. I also need more cockpit parts. What if this is all just cockpit, almost? Like the age-old gag when, like, get your cockpit the wrong value in it. Nice. One thing is, like, if you get to the till and it says it's this price, it's that price. If it says it's more expensive at the till, then you can complain because the thing says it elsewhere. What if it shows up cheaper on the till? You don't say a word. It's 9 and 10. The cockpit seat should definitely probably be in multiple colors. He's the manager, should up like, you know what? The age-old thing is like, hey, if it's an error on your end, or their end, then no fault of customer, sell it for what it's on the system. I want to get this big guy as well, I'm at. Or the classic thing of like, oh, it doesn't have a price on it. Oh, it must be it's free then. Like, nah, that's not how that works. It's funny when people do that though. Oh, it has no price. It must be free. Hmm. Yeah, because you would have saw the price on the sign. You're gonna have the shelf. Like, here's your change, sir. What change? What change? Like, huh? I was waiting to do the scan. Here the cash. Why are you calling the manager? Yeah. There's a tiny fly in here. He's actually on the camera. Excuse me. Gotcha. Ew. Gross. committed a murder on stream. There we go. Is that correct terms of service? Killing a fly on stream? A kit purchase? What do you mean? You mean the what I put in Discord? All purchases? I mean, been a lot more Star Wars stuff lately. I mean, most of the Star Wars stuff I posted it was my birthday. So like this kit was my birthday, along with the Y-Wing and the B-Wing. But the perfect grade Millennium Falcon that arrived today, that was a me purchase. Think of it as a late birthday present. Myself. I'm actually just being shocked that Gundam Mad even had one. But like, obviously for the weekend, they were like, hey, we're doing a promotion for Star Wars kits, 20% off. And we still have one Falcon. I'm like, you have what now? Because like, I haven't seen that kit anywhere in a long time. I was like, you know what? This is a financially bad decision, but YOLO. I mean, at the end of the day, isn't that what a credit card's for? I can't afford this right now, but I can pay it off for the next few months. Easily. So I now have all of the Bandai 1/72nd scale Rebel ships. The ones that currently exist anyway as kits. So I've got the X-Wing, which we built last year. We're doing the A-Wing. I've got the Y-Wing, the B-Wing, and the pile, along with the Falcon. That Falcon is freaking huge. Because it's 1/72nd scale. I mean, like, just to kind of guess how big things are really, like, I have the X-Wing to hand. Like, there's the X-Wing, right? 1/72nd scale, single seater with the R2 unit. This is also going to be bigger than the A-Wing. Roughly. And then the Falcon's a light freighter. They'll have to paint this. But the Falcon also comes with LEDs. So you can have the engine light up. I think it specially states that it is 9 inches long. Where am I measuring? Let's see. No, that's not right. Too small. Hang on. I know where I saw it. Melonius. Where did it say the size of the Falcon again? I might have been. No, it is 19 inches actually. Yes. I can't fit this on screen. There's your one. There's your. You know what? It is the diagonal of this cutting mat. This is an A3 cutting mat. So basically, this cutting mat is the size of this. This whole entire mat. So when I eventually build it, this camera needs to be higher. A lot higher. mean, this camera's just shy of 10 inches, or just over 10 inches off the desk. So. But yeah, 19 inches long Falcon. Compared to what? How long is the X-Wing? Compared to X-Wing, which is about 7 inches. More than double the X-Wing's length. So, you know, that's gonna be freaking amazing. I won't be building it anytime soon. Until I have everything sorted out, like space-wise. But once I do, it will be one hell of a build. Right, here's the cockpit seat. The fact that the cockpit is all just pure black, I don't like that. So this is something I would definitely want to paint. Because this is solid black. I want the kit to be able to, you know, take it apart later. So I can, like, paint the cockpit, reassemble it. Because I know I've got a sticker and water slide for this control panel. Ironically, the control panel... the bit in the middle, like, it shows this as being grey on here. Oh, actually, there's two stickers for this. There's like a wee head-up display as well. But like painting the detail in this, I'm not sure how well this is gonna. I don't know if the autofocus will work with this. The focus is always in the camera. This camera's not the best, let's be honest. Why jazz? Why not? Why not jazz? I thought we were going to change of pace. That is getting a bit just like... I think jazz kind of fit the Star Wars a bit more. Oh, what we need is some full-on arm, you know. We need Nemos. The 1 hour loop of Nemo from Andor. Well, I mean, that would get copyright. Easy. Alright, that song just finishes. Change playlist in, alright. Where should we go back to Synthwave? Yeah, but this is what we want. Yeah, why not? Why not? I couldn't think. I was tempted to click on classical instead because Star Wars has very classical music. But no, Synthwave is probably a better choice. Jazz was nice for a bit though. Right, where's this tiny nub? Thinking the only thing I need now, and I know Bandai has not made one yet. 1/72nd scale U-Wing. First place would now see it again in Andor. So the U-Wing was first introduced in Rogue One. It was not in the original films, but the design of it is so perfect that it feels like it fits right in, despite it never being seen in the original films. So the U-Wing is kind of like a light transport. So it's got like a twin-seater cockpit, and then a wee small cargo bay. But basically, it's a light transport. Basically, it's a light troop transport. So two-seater cockpit, and then like a wee hold in the middle for like people to come and get in and out. The reason it's called the U-Wing is because its wings, the cockpit's like there, and then it has its wings come forward like a U. But when it's in atmosphere, the wings come back to be normal wings. So in space, it's flying like a U, but in atmosphere, it pulls the wings outwards to be like a normal aircraft. And it's basically like a light transport for dropping off troops. Which you get to see that in Rogue One, which is really great. Which is the film it was introduced in. Honestly, you kind of think of it like a Chinook, yeah, maybe. No, I think it's more of a Black Hawk actually, in terms of like capacity it has. It can also like a Black Hawk's but a spaceship. The Chinook's bigger. It's designed for like dropping off troops and then giving them close air support as well. Right, I'm not going to put the stickers on the panels because that is such a lot of raised detail. Do I just old DOS games? Not really. Like DOS games were kind of like at that point in time where like I didn't have that much access to games. Yeah, that's the cockpit. Which needs paint job though. Desert return to Gulf. It'd be very easy to get that off there. That's good. Right, that's good to know. I can get that control panel back out there very easily. Actually, I quite like that all of the ports where these parts are plugged into can be pushed out from the other side as well. You can easily take it back apart to paint, which is a very good feature. Because in future, I'll take this back apart and paint it. Because that cockpit needs a lot of color. Ah. I feel like games of that are like just don't seem to exist anymore. Like simple, arcadey, but you know, using real old aircraft. Remember Comanche was a game? Funny, I remember like as a kid, like it was like, oh, the Apache this, and then oh, here's the Comanche. It's like that, but stealth. No, Comanche, the Comanche helicopter. You know, like the stealth one, it was meant to replace the Apache, and then never did because it was too complicated and sacrificed so much payload for stealth. Yeah, it probably is the same Comanche I'm thinking of. I think it was on the PS1 originally. At least the version I played. All right. Enclosure around the cockpit. Oh, the 2021 version. Maybe there's a newer version. There's the cockpit. Yeah, the lighting for this is not great. Because it's just straight up black plastic. I mean, if I put it over here where it's more in the light, like this side's kind of, yeah. It gets more light over here, but it's just solid black. It's something that definitely would need a lot of paint because there's a lot of detail in there. I mean, there is some stickers for the main control panel, but like there's all like buttons and switches all around the interior and on the seat as well. Void cap. If you stare into the void long enough, it stares back at you. Yeah. Like even like looking at images of Why like it stops at the cockpit here? Even on the box art, I'm like looking at the painted cockpit and I can see a lot more grays. Like, why didn't you give us gray? Honestly, like, part separation is gonna be so far, but like, it's the X-Wings the one I'm more like, why isn't there like any gray at all on it? Like, running the engines. Just all that, you know, off-white with just the red stripes. Or is this at least has that? It has more. This has more color separation than the X-Wing, and the X-Wing has a lot more color separation in reality. Ironic. Right. Let's see. That's the A-Runner. That's the B-Runner, which I don't need right now. Here's the B-Runner in all of its glory, including the pilot. Oh, I guess the pilot can go in afterwards. Because it didn't tell me to build the pilot inside it. I like the X-Wing. I suppose the X-Wing is a lot more of a cramped cockpit, surprisingly. Alright, what do I need first? I need number 5. This big piece right here. I love that the A-Wing's shape is so simple that you could just have the main hull be almost a single piece. It does not. It is all about high speed. It's an interceptor, basically. Think about it, it's one of 2 of the Rebel Alliance's fighters that don't have it. Because the X-Wing and the Y-Wing have R2 units. The A-Wing and the B-Wing do not. And then the U-Wing transport, so the R2 unit could technically be inside the cockpit. If you wanted one. Alright, I need number 16, 17 as well. I guess the A-Wing would rely solely on the nav computer or hyperdrive. Basically, if you pilot an A-Wing, you're crazy because you get no safety blanket. There's no astromech to save your butt. High-speed coffin isn't that far from accurate. That being said, it's less of a coffin than the TIE Interceptor, or the TIE Fighter series in general. Because remember, the TIE Fighters don't have shields. This still has shields. Not as strong as the X-Wing and Y-Wings, but it relies more on its speed. Oh. Okay. Just to add a reminder that we're starting soon. Okay. Yeah, change the ad frequency to test out like doing proper ad breaks. We got 3-minute warning. TIE Fighters don't even have life support, so nope. Not really. I mean, it depends, I guess. The TIE Avenger must have been airtight because Cassian was flying without a helmet. And then... Poe and Finn were flying that Special Forces one in The Force Awakens without helmets on. So... Some are, some aren't, I guess. But generally, TIE Fighters don't have life support. Yes, that's why their units have their helmet has tubes that go to the chest. They actually have life support on them. Because the ship itself doesn't have it. So I guess on the more advanced ships that do have it, that's just there as a backup. And I suppose you could divert your power from your life support to your, weapons, perhaps. You think about all the TIE prototypes that have life support and all shields and everything, never enter production. The Empire stingy. Probably because they spent most of their money on the Death Star. Twice. If the Empire hadn't been so focused on the Death Star, and, I mean, Grand Admiral Thrawn, when he figured it out, did confront the Emperor, apparently. I think one of the books. It was like, hey, this is stupid. We could have had a whole extra fleet for the price of this thing. Because Thrawn definitely wasn't the person to put all his eggs in one basket. He would rather had a more versatile navy. Whereas the Tarkin doctrine was like, fear. Fear will keep the local systems line. Does the Emperor get defeated? Yeah, it does. I would say in the original Star Wars, Death Star gets blown up. And then, of course, Return of the Jedi is when the Emperor gets killed and the Empire starts to collapse. Takes a couple of extra years, but... Of course, you have the First Order in the sequel trilogy, which is like the Imperial Remnant Reborn, where they kind of went... Yeah, the OG trilogy is the Empire. And the Rebels defeating them, basically. Prequel trilogy is how the Republic became the Empire, as well as, of course, how Anakin became Vader. And then sequels is like... not as well thought out, but there's moments. They get defeated, but they're kind of like Xeon. Just keep going back in different variations, which aren't the Empire, but draw a lot from it. Exactly, Gravy. The First Order is Neo Xeon, basically. Oh shit, ads are in progress. EU is expanded universe. Not to be confused with the European Union. So like the old Star Wars Legend stuff. They basically tried to continue the story. The expanded universe is very hit and miss. Some of it's good, some of it's shite. Well, to be fair to that is, George Lucas himself said it was never canon. Well, didn't use the word directly, but he always stated that Legends was other people's stories, not his. Yeah, there's some in-between stuff. There was also like pre-Empire stuff, which got completely retconned when he made the prequels. So I do like, because you've got people like Dave Filoni in charge now at Lucasfilm, how they're like taking little bits and bobs from old Legends and like making it work within the new continuity. Like taking the best hits, basically. Yeah, I'd say like there's a bunch of Legends that was amazing. I think for every great story there was in Legends, there was like 5 to 10 mediocre crap that no one cared about. Or like maybe some that were just really terrible. I like calling them Legends because the thing about Legends is even all Legends have some element of truth to them. So you can think of Legends as being like a bunch of stories that people have told. So the details aren't exact. I think Dave Filoni said as well. Is like for like any inconsistencies between different Star Wars projects, I think something like George Lucas told him is like those inconsistencies are more like a different person telling the story. So imagine people around a campfire telling the stories of someone of this galaxy a long, long time ago. Like everything we see in Star Wars is just old stories. And so any inconsistencies are just like different people telling a story. And so like maybe things are a little inconsistent. Yeah, Legends was basically just expanded lore, which had a bajillion different writers. But Disney just kind of decided to like, hey, it's too restricting to have this, so we're doing our own thing, which yeah, kind of fair enough. But for a lot of Star Wars fans, they didn't take that well. But I never considered it to be canon in the first place, so it didn't really bother me. I always thought Legends was just being, these are stories set in the Star Wars universe. There is no canon and uncanon. It's just, your stories set in the universe. I mean, can you really decanonize something that was never canon? Technically. Because as far as George Lucas was concerned, only his movies were canon. And everything else was other people's stories set in his universe. Yes, he did. But I think it's good that Legends is still there. I think these are legendary stories. I think just calling them legends is like, they are legends. They're legendary stories. They may or may not have happened. And with characters like Thrawn making appearance in the new Disney canon, it's basically like some of those stories he had before. Some of it might be true. Some of it might not be true. I think it's the best way to view it, really. And George Lucas removed himself from decision-making power because he got fed up with the fans. The Phantom Menace. Yeah, I think it's good. It was good to think about it as like soft canon. Soft canon. So like, I think it doesn't bother me. Yeah, I feel putting a hard canon is fine. I mean, George Lucas had his own plans as well, which involved bringing Darth Maul back. But instead, he did that for Clone Wars. Kyle Katarna's gone. That is true. Yes, Kyle Katarna's kind of gone. Kyle Katarna was an interesting character. I mean, Kyle Katarn kind of became Kanan Jarrus, really. So, like, Kanan in Rebels is kind of Kyle Katarn, almost. Yeah, basically. Even with the new canon, they like, with a bunch of the books and stuff, because like, even with the books they brought out since, like some of them they've like Tales of the Jedi, it slightly tweaks something from Dooku's book and one of the Ahsoka's books, but doesn't like completely disregard it. It just like alters a slight detail. Yeah, I think rumors. Again, I think that's why calling it Legends is interesting, because it's like, hey, it's legends, legendary stories that may or may not be true. Hmm. The main one thing that kill guitar and skill heist, but also there's waste assessments of that. Oh. A truck reversing the road, and that's annoying Luna. I think my knowledge of Legends was like very surface level, so it never bothered me in the slightest. I knew of Calcatarn, mostly just from Jedi Academy. I really love Rogue One because, well, there was a story of Calcatarn getting the plans ready. Rogue One, I don't know. See, I like the Rogue One a bit better because it was like that point of the Empire, of the Rebel Alliance transitioning to like being full rebellion. It kind of worked. Oh, each to their own, as they say, right? What I would have loved is if the Star Wars Zero Company game they announced, I would have loved it if that was actually instead Rebel Alliance, like running a Rebel Alliance cell and building up your own like teams and stuff. Feel interested to see what the actual game's like, even though it's more Clone Wars. Yeah. Rogue, is it different iterations of a similar story? All right, so this goes over here somewhere. Where is that? Here. Make sure I got those the right way around. Oh, okay, I see. Like that. I'm also really loving the Andor series and how it's building up to Rogue One. And those most recent episodes really taking something that's mentioned in Rebels and was also in an old lore book from ages ago. It was just like a bit, you know, the Gorman Massacre, and how, you know, in Legends it was this, or even it was just like oh, this thing happened. But actually having it play out on screen is a different story altogether. Like the pre-Rogue One, well, they're confirmed. They're a fan theory, but it was a great theory. There was multiple stories of the heist, of the plans, not just Kyle's. Instead of being stories that may or may not be true, they all true. And Empire was actually smart, making multiple fake plans, requiring the rebels to get them all just to be sure. Yep. Posture checking, hydrating. I think Calcatarn could have been out there still somewhere, and he played a different. He could play a different role. Like, what if he got some key intel. That's what I really want to see. I really want a animated series that focuses on Luke's Jedi Order. Because, like Clone Wars or Rebel style. So just focusing on Luke's Jedi Order, because there's a 30-year gap until we get to the Force Awakens. Now, obviously, they're doing a bunch of stuff in the New Republic era. With Mando, Ahsoka. And then their New Republic film at some point. I'm very intrigued to see what they do. Yeah. I think I know the good thing about Dave Filoni being the executive director? Producer? No, executive creative director at Lucasfilm now. Is he knows he is obviously a massive Star Wars nerd. He's finding ways to get little bits of Legends in there. I think that's something he said is the new Maul show is coming out next year. Obviously, he's going to focus on Darth Maul in between the end of a year after the Clone Wars until probably Rebels. And apparently, he has a new apprentice, a red-skinned Twi'lek. So looks like they're bringing back Darth Talon to be Maul's apprentice. Which means she's going to die before Rebels, but you know. It was actually Lucas's original plan for his sequels, was apparently to bring back Darth Maul and Darth Talon. So Dave Filoni's like, hey, I'm going to have them in between instead. There's a lot of stories to tell different ways. And we'll all have our preferences. It's like, I prefer this version over that version, and that's totally fine. Though Luke running away to being hiding after shit went wrong, Yoda did the exact same thing. So he's just fulfilling the Jedi traditions of, I screwed up, I'm gonna go into exile now. Become an old crazy hermit on a distant planet. You know, like all good Jedi Masters. Alright, what do I need now? 13 and 14. Where's that? Oh, from the Speed Runner. There we go. 13's this side, 14's the other side, okay. I'm just realizing what this part is. The mounting point for the laser gun. And this goes into here. Oops. There we go. I've done this part. Cool. Now for this bits up here. Involves the upper part of the body. Not many parts that go in between. So I'm looking at this, I'm like, how easy will it be to get the cockpit back out? Paint later. I wonder. All right. You know what's nice? I can just like brace that against the desk and do this. So it's definitely easier to see it when it's up against my face. why I'm sending these nubs on these tabs that much, because let it be that smooth, because another part's going to go on top of it. So it'll be hidden. But you want to make sure it's not going to have a very obvious bump that interferes with part fitting. And this comes on down to here. The only part in this that's not the same color is these little mounts for the guns. So this being, I don't want to thingy that these bits of it. Like all the points where it's going to be connected, kind of loosen them a bit because I want to take it back apart. Basically just like take a tiny bit of material. So it means these parts will be slightly looser. Which means when I in future try to take it apart, painting, it won't be an issue. Assuming I need to take apart this part I could probably just be fine with. There we go. That should be it. Just enough material taken away. That does not interfere with the fit. Of course, I could easily paint this later. Alright, I'm going to line this up correctly. Oh, there we go. The main body of A-Wing. Now it says about the cockpit going in there. Which is interesting because it's one little tab. So I definitely want to take the cockpit back out to give it a proper paint job. But that should go in here. And the question becomes, how easy will it be to get that back out of there? I feel like the answer is going to be not as easy as I want it to be. Well, think about it. I took the chair instead. I taking the cockpit back out? Oh, there we go. Oop. Well, that's unfortunate. I just snapped off the little peg that goes in the ear. I don't know if I made that better. If I had a drill, I could just drill a hole through here to push it out. Another problem with like building a kit. You want to paint it later because you might find you can't get it back apart later. Yeah, I'll figure it out later. Because also, thinking about it, the bottom of the cockpit, I guess, angled right for the light. Of course, it's just this color. So it might even be beneficial to paint it while it's still in here. Just remove the control panels, which should be relatively easy. But not the main seat. Or main body. Yeah, should work. Yeah. I think it'll be actually not too bad after all. I think the problem will be like in this build right here. B6. That is my phone beeping at. Anything important? Also need B2, which is that bit here. I guess B4 as well. It's very small. All right, what are you, number 5? Yeah. that's that part. Let's tidy it up. Now, that's that bit. What is that bit? This is bit. Okay. Bit of light sanding on this. Not too much. Who's gonna fit inside the other part, so. Bum, bum, ba-dum, bum, bum. So this goes into here. Ow. It's gonna be awkward to get in there because it's sticky at bits. Also realizing getting this back out, I need 2 for painting. It's gonna be a nightmare. Well, maybe not. That is small. Those other knobs on the bottom. Yeah, they were. That's why they're easily gone already. Ugh. And this plugs into the bottom of here. Like, yeah, you loop that over this piece here. All right. Yeah, that's a bit sticking out. Get it up and over it. Then there we go. Yeah, that ain't coming back anytime soon. We'll see. This part goes in here as well, but some of the detail parts are like crazy. I suppose I could easily, you know, mask it off if I wanted to. Which way around is this going? And that tab was in words. Where is that words? Cool. This is sliding in under that detail bit there. The crazy small details like that. Which on the filming model would have been way bigger. And that goes on there. I like how that one red panel. Yep. The ads are about to play, so I'm gonna go take a quick break. Out my water. Dip the loo. I'll be right back. Don't go anywhere. Oh no, my stream deck's not working. Are you working now? center. There we go. Put the chair back in. Yeah. Water refilled. Window closed now because the kids next door just got home from school and so they're fucking yelling. Gosh darn children. Why are they so noisy? Why am I so... Oh, wait. There we go. Am I centered? Yeah, I'm centered now. Good. Everyone's not really at the best angle for over here. I should like reevaluate the positioning of things, but oh well. Alright, we got this there. I need a raise. So we're doing quite the bulk of the main body now. Where's that? No, there it is. Interesting here is like this little raised part. Also, there's a notch here. That red panel. Which is really awesome for like panel separation, right? Because also you'd expect like it could just be a painted panel, but no, it's... The part separation for color on this is actually really, really good. It's just a cockpit that's just like, it's plain black. I think if they'd made that just dark gray rather than plain black, it might look better. But that's like, honestly, the cockpit's the only part where I'm like, that needs completely painted, where everything else just needs weathering. Finish straight. There we go. My posture. I feel my spine sitting at an angle. Really, what I should have done, like, is if I had this slightly further over, or a chair slightly further over, rather. would be better. The thing about these nub marks is they'll be hidden by being recessed on this. I do love this color. This kind of rusty red. You know what's funny though? This is rusty red. Guess what squadron was flying this at the Battle of Endor? Green Squadron! Officially called Green Squadron, despite the fact they're got burgundy. Then let's pop this on. We'll pretty much seal the cockpit in for now. But it should be relatively easy to get back out of there. Relatively, I think. Being an always fun word. I guess the A-Wing is a very basic shape. But like... I don't feel very flush. The back there. Like how it... This is kind of flush at the back, but then it... Further forward, it's kind of lower down. It adds more interesting to the shape. Yeah, it's not going as flush on this side. That's mostly. Not that part. I think I'm not getting that cockpit back out ever. After all. Unless, of course, you poke through the hole here and push the whole thing up. Yeah. It only work as long as the bottom's not on. Cool. So I'm going to sand a little bit back here because it's not as flush as it could be. Yeah, it's a bit smoother. Yeah, it's pretty good. Alright, go here. Check. Yes, front. It's very Republic colors. Think about it. So we got the big bit on the bottom, these side panels, and these other two panels on the bottom as well. Right, and that. I'll get the other bits in a minute when I need them. 1 and 7. Very opposite ends of this. Which have the concussion torpedo tubes. Number 1's on the right, or the left port side, and number 7 on the starboard side. Thinking of some fun facts of the A-Wing. Because obviously, in the original movies, we didn't see it until episode, the Return of the Jedi. Which almost made it seem like it was a new design that had not existed up until that point. Same with the B-Wing. But then as time's gone on, it's like, oh no, they existed before that. In fact, we see A-Wings before X-Wings in Rebels. Still, it's like the earlier prototypes. So they're slightly different. The fact the pilot, like when the A-Wing rams the bridge of the Executor, destroying it. Weird fact is, like, obviously you hear a guy go "Arr!" as he crashes. That was dubbed over. The pilot's a woman. The actual actress. Of the A-Wing, it crashes into the Executor. I guess they dubbed over it for, like, oh, women can't be pilots. There we go. Click, click, click. Let's see, I don't think I can get the cockpit back out, honestly. I'm gonna put a tool. I could definitely still get those stickers in there if I tried really hard. But I feel like maybe I should have painted the cockpit for building the whole thing. Maybe. Just maybe. But the A-Wing is so gorgeous though, isn't it? And it's such a simple shape, but it has all those extra details in the right places. That thing somewhere. That nub. I feel like it landed in the box. Oh, that's handy. Where was that other nub? Oh, there it is. Alright, so this is on this side. Sexy. You need to make a Jedi Starfighter in the scale as well, honestly. Really nice to see. And it's quite a fun thing because, like, you think about it. Obviously, the Jedi Starfighter that Obi-Wan has in Attack of the Clones has the similar color scheme to this, but more with the burgundy more like the main color. Definitely trying to be like a nod towards the A-Wing, even though it's set like 20 plus years earlier. I have to check the lore. Like, was the Jedi Starfighter and the A-Wing built by the same company in lore? Can't remember. The X-Wing was NCOM. I don't think the A-Wing was NCOM. The snub fighter that the Rebels made even better. Also go on this side. Have to get that iconic, almost fork-like shape. Beautiful. Right, I need a bunch of red parts now. Oh, stretch my back out. Wee bit. So we need number 13 for underside. Also has the port for the action base on it. We need number 14 for one of the side panels. I think I thought it was a nub, but no, it's just part of the design on the cockpit. And then number 4 for the nose. Ah, yes. Protected by these big bits. So this goes into here. And the dust is off that first. Slightly miss it. There we go. It's such a simple and beautiful, like that creamy white with burgundy. Such, it's gorgeous. And something I always love with the description of the A-Wing is how it states that it looks like it's going fast even when sitting still. And yeah, that sums up the design perfectly. Sounds like a police car outside. Going down my street. There's a weird thing. I don't know how it is in other countries. But here in the UK, I can tell the difference between a police car, fire engine, and an ambulance just by the siren. They're all slightly different. And it's more like the weight behind them, right? Fire engines sound their siren sounds the heaviest because it's a very heavy vehicle. So it sounds like it has some weight behind the siren. Ambulance sounds like it's fucking screaming. Like, this is an emergency! Ah! And the police car's kind of in between. this goes over here. I love that. It's funny though when you think about it, like, it has this really nice paint job and it's just like a panel here, the panel here, there's burgundy instead. It's just like, yeah, you know. Actually, both on the same side as well, like this and this. Maybe that's just more. That's modern marking, maybe? I don't know. It just feels like panels are just like, oopsie, well, it's the only paint we had. Which I always thought that's how the alliance worked. It's like, yeah, it's just the paint we had available. There's an idea. And the whole thing in this direction with the 1000 crit. And I might give it some, like, help smooth out the part where the nub is, but also gonna maybe give it some, like, minor weathering on the nose where we get a lot of, like, space debris in it. A lot of space dust. Right. Get this part on a second. Wipe off excess dust. Can go either way, right? Oh, actually, didn't specify there's a certain direction. There we go. There's the most of the main body. Need to flip page. There we go. Next section, which has us with the pilot and the cockpit. I'm still wondering about the stickers. Like, do I want to try and put them inside the cockpit after all? I mean, the pilot won't be painted at all, so what's the point of giving me stickers? That's the second police car just heard. That's concerning. There's also like the yellowish inside the engine and stuff. I definitely want to paint it. Getting it back apart, do it, will be the tricky part. I mean, like the main body stuff is not really an issue. You just mask things off. It's just the cockpit. Where in an ideal world, you want it out of there to do it. I think it's doable. Like how everything was color coded and now it's not. Now it's just black and white. Right, I need the pilot. The pilot! I am the pilot. A runner. Oh, I see. There's two different canopy designs. Both clear though. But one has a space for the ring, what one's to paint the ring. You know, the little hoop at the top. What parts are those? Oh, I see. Oh, okay. That's actually bad. Slightly rubbery, huh? These parts are rubbery. Canopy. I mean, like, pilot painting. What's interesting though is like, there's a little hole at the back, as if it was a plug onto a seat. And then there's a notch at the bottom. I wonder if this is the same pilot for the B-Wing. So like, they have them have two different types. No, the B-Wing's Saltus. I remember looking at the manual already. Oh, add in progress. Add over. Oh. There we go. Tracking was like derping for a second. Definitely a little too much shadow over this side. To even out the lighting a bit better. I think it's the manual giving it shade there. The small nubs at the ankles won't matter that much because they'll be hidden under the control panel. This one on the head, where I think I didn't cut it off as cleanly as it could have been. What about Star Wars kits? Like, oh, if you got a tiny little notch where you maybe cut a tiny bit too much, cool. Just dry brush some silver paint in there. Or like, get some dirt in there, you know, make it just look like battle damage or something. Alright, pilot. In we go. What I'm surprised, why didn't the instructions tell me to do the pilot first? In hindsight, it would actually make a lot more sense to build the pilot before you put the cockpit in. What floor is it meant to be? There? Oh, yeah, I see it. There we go. A solid white pilot. I'm surprised this bit is rubbery. Which things being rubbery could potentially cause an issue. Now this is going to be, oh, I see, I think. Yeah, one side is narrower than the other because obviously this slat. Look. That makes sense, I guess. Make sure I got the right angle. Yeah, it should be this way, right? I think. Yeah. Press that out. And we got the canopy and the bar to go over the canopy. Or you could use this completely solid one if you wanted to paint the bar instead. But this is more rubbery, or slightly rubbery plastic. Canopy. You're about to get a bunch of fingerprints on you. knob at the side is the only problem. The front and back ones are fine, but knob on the side, well, I'm gonna have to polish it all the way back. Now, the nub here, at least my nail, will be a problematic one, because it's on the edge of the glass that will be visible. The front and the back one's fine because the frame will hide it. Also, I think I've scratched this a little bit while holding it. Oopsie. Watch check and hydrating. Okie dokie, make a boy. No worries, Mick. You have a good night. Another siren? Oh no. I'm concerned now. Are you white with my shirt? What is the correct orientation of this? Does it matter? I think it does. Unlike the other part, it doesn't specify, so... I think it's symmetrical, more or less. Why couldn't they have done that with the X-Wing cockpit? Because, like, that's straight up clear plastic with one bit of plastic over it. No need to paint it. But they actually give the solid one as well, which has that detail molded into it. So if you wanted to paint that instead. Because obviously it's more rubberish plastic there, so makes sense to a certain degree. That is the main body done. Then it's onto the engines. Looking good. A-Wing is sexy. We'll have a right engine and a left engine. Yeah. Obviously. I think it's starting with the port side, I think. Unless... No. Can't tell which one's which. Unless they're completely symmetrical and then they just plug on the back. But judging by the ports in there, they probably don't. Oh yeah, the little hooks and stuff. No, it's probably the outside part, yeah. The inside bit's probably slightly different. Okay, big runner. And we only have 4. Easy peasy. Much quicker you can build when there's no moving parts. I think it's the center engine as well. Or manifold. Right, we need B12. And B8. Upside down. And also A1. Ah, one of the clear parts. Which would probably be good if it actually had LEDs. Where the clear part goes. Yeah, so it's detailed this, so you could definitely put some paint in there or on top of it, either way. Or we'll just paint into this. I don't know. A couple options you could potentially do. It's hard to plan a paint job when you're still building it. Hey, Raban, how's it going? Yeah, A-Wing. Pretty. Though I will at some point need to figure out the best way to take it apart to paint the inside of the cockpit.
Hello there.
Hello there. General Kenobi. Because the cockpit does come with, like, those stickers for the panel. But, like, I feel like it needs to be completely painted. It'll be certainly effort getting it apart. Same for, like, the pilot. So the pilot is certainly easier to get in and out of there. Because they're just going to slot their legs in under the cockpit and slop down. We good? Got one jump order in. Nice. What did you order then? Something cool. Well, all Gunpla's cool, so of course it is. Age 1, Adar, and Sanju Verka. Ooh, nice, nice, nice. Hey, 16, how's it going? Not too bad, that's good, that's good. I'm gonna get the Angie's as we were caught later. Nice, nice. I've seen the box for that, it's quite large. Like a master grade, but it's the size of a small perfect grid. Intersite this as well. Goes there. And clean these two bits up. Having that clear part there, that definitely will be good for making an engine glow. Perhaps. should be a lot more now. There it is. This one's a lot smaller. Good. Okay. There's a little clear bit. Hopefully I can get these back apart later. With relative ease. Otherwise I'm painting on top of the clear bit. Honestly, yeah. Pretty easy to get my finger in there, so. Yeah, I can easily, I think. Or not. Oh well. Here's what it is now. Let's go into here. We'll very difficult to get this out of here later. That would be such a good place to have an LED. I feel like you could relatively easily modify this part to have a hole through it for an LED. Of all the 1/72nd scale Rebel fighters, I do know that the B-Wing actually has a space for one of Bandai's little small LEDs. Because also it's got a much chunkier fuselage. Also, it's like, it was the last kit they did. And of course, the perfect grade Millennium Falcon comes with LEDs for its engines. landing gear and loading ramp. And as such, is very expensive. As is all perfect raids. Right. I need number 17. And 19. Which also needs C2. I see. this part goes. And here. Yep. We have those little pipes sticking out. You can see from these pipes, this is the right side one. Something I'm just realizing and appreciating is the nubs I'm cleaning up right now are actually going to be on the underside. So even if I don't clean them perfectly, they're pretty much going to be hidden because you're not really going to be looking at the underside that much. Depending on the angle you guys display it at. Yes. Here we go. There's an engine.
I don't see it as some kind of phase, a transformation of humanity. Rather,
There's our right side engine.
as its end.
And now onto the left side engine. Well,
It is possible that some humans will either be uploaded into machines genetically modified or augmented with nanotechnology.
oh, I see it just slide in from the back.
Compare it to something
It's not telling me to do it right now, but I can easily see it going to slide in.
If human beings are
And we
uploaded
have
or
Pen to
augmented,
5, that's fine. I can probably build the other
I
engine.
don't think it's appropriate to call them human anymore.
Let's see.
They will be something else. Something new.
I'll be here now while I remember it. Even though it doesn't say it again right now, but. And what's the only part on the sea runner I need? And it gets out of my way. A bit of water. There's the other one there. Doesn't really matter this one because that'll be hidden by the engine pod. So. Yeah, damn it. Oh, I didn't realize the ads were in progress. My bad. When you're looking down, you kind of forget I've been too used to them being 30 seconds. On there, and then before slot in here, and then into the engine itself. Of course, this is an area that definitely needs paint. I wonder if, like, the orange in this is not actually the color, but rather meant to be the glow from the engine. It makes sense. I need to turn the page. You there, drop you over here. A runner, number 1618. Bum, 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 bum. Right. Orientation for this. And it's on this side. Oh no, that's falling apart. Not. That's me just a bit go through my first sponge of this. Is that too big? This on the side. There we go. We got both engine pods. Now I think I just need the bit in between it. Requires that engine assembly. There's quite a few bits there. And obviously then the whole thing will slide on. And let's see, so we need that rear engine assembly. Little laser guns. And then the panels that would cover up the landing gear, or alternatively the landing gear. And finally, the landing gear is actually quite a few parts to it. And of course, the turbo laser tower comes with it. Kind of cool. I want to try and finish the main body then now. 5:15. I've been going for 4 hours. It'll take me a little while longer. I love this thing. Even in its not finished state, the A-Wing is very cool to look at. Just missing that bit in there. And in the guns and the wings. This is just very satisfying to hold in your hand. There's something about this particular scale, 1/72, that for aircraft especially, I mean, it's 1/72 scale is the go-to for like aircraft, for like, you know, even like classic World War II stuff as well. It's definitely something I want to do a full paint job on it. Looks too clean. Well, of course it looks clean. It's, you know, bare plastic still. What I intend to do is take it back apart later. Because I want to paint, obviously, the pilot in there because they're pure white right now. And I add in some details inside the cockpit and stuff. And then, of course, it's Star Wars. It needs to be dirty. Dirty looking. So making it look like that, I think is the end goal. Is to have like this. Which the main color is already there. So I could... Then, problems with main color is there's some of that like plastic sort of, I'm not sure how well it shows on camera. When like the light hits it, you can kind of see that like wispiness in there. Or like, especially on the larger panels, or the red ones. Like I can see like going across here, there's like a line in the plastic. you kind of like see how the color's inconsistent. There's like imperfections in the, it's just real plastic in general. It's like the larger the part, the more likely that's going to happen. But yeah. Yeah, blast marks, metallic, dry brushing. Yeah, yeah. Everything like that. Because like some of the little gray bits, they have, so it actually has stickers and water slides. You've got the instrument panel and the like heads-up display thing. Let's say the cockpit, which I've decided not to use now. And then of course like some of these other different color panels. I think these ones, yeah, these sort of beigey gray are the ones that go on tips of the fins. And then some of the lighter grayish ones just basically are throughout the torso, main body. What about the red ones? There's a very easy way to find out. There is a color guide. There it is. Oh, okay. Yeah, so those burgundy ones are for wrapping around the tips of the laser guns. That won't end badly at all. And there's like the laser guns as well, like yeah, so the laser guns are straight up on this is kind of two colors, the black and the gray. But like on the model, I guess it's more silver there than gray. And then you get that little bit of yellow inside the engine housing. There's a lot to do to make it like much better. Like let's bring the X-Wing off the side right now. Bring the X-Wing over. Actually fun seeing the X-Wing next to this, even though this is not finished. Is how much chunkier the A-Wing is compared to the X-Wing. Like the A-Wing overall is smaller, but all of its mass is around its cockpit. And also the X-Wing, as you can see, the only color separation is that red stripe on the nose. It comes again with all the water slides and markings for everything. Surprised they didn't have any color separation for the engines, or like this bit in here. It basically was a completely solid gray runners with just a tiny bit of red. Which is weird because the box says this is newer than this. And this is 2016, this is 2017 according to the box. Go figure. Well, I might wrap it up here now and then finish this off next time. Building, and then when I got my spray booth and stuff, give it a proper paint job. I mean, I could very easily paint it by hand. I would, well, step one, I have to get the freaking cockpit back out. I can paint it. I know that bit in there will be a nightmare to get out. Well, maybe not. Thinking that wasn't too difficult. Once you get the nose off, you can get everything else off pretty easily. That panel is really going to be very difficult, you know. If not impossible. Because it's locking the other one in place. Oh. Yeah, taking it apart to paint it would probably going to be a nightmare, actually. If I can get the cockpit, that'd be good. I can get the canopy off very easily. And the pilot comes out fairly easily. There we go. But the rest of the cockpit, that's a different story. So I'd love to get all the little tiny lights and stuff when they're done. Also, there's a sticker for the main control panel, but it's not an even surface at all. It's completely all the actual detail. Oops. There we go. Yeah, there's a couple of bits somewhere I would definitely like. I think maybe I should have painted the cockpit first, in hindsight. But I'll find a way. Even if it just comes down to like getting a very precise brush and just dip, dip, dip. Just on buttons and stuff. It might help. Maybe. But yeah, definitely too clean looking right now. I'm just like, admiring all the detail on the surface. Right, what time are we at? 5:30 almost. Okay. I'll wrap it up here now. Just for ease of like not having small parts lying around. And next week, we can get this finished building. And then maybe make a plan of potentially painting some bits and bobs. Because I definitely want to paint it to a certain degree. Yeah, cockpit neutral gray, but it comes in black. I just need to figure out how to dismantle it. Like some parts are easier than others. I'm thinking when it comes to the actual cockpit, the plastic that basically is the exterior part is already the right color. A lot to think about in terms of customization. Right. Put it off the one side. Give me a second. Pull this over here so I can talk while I'm typing. Right then. Let's see. As always, thanks for watching. Much appreciated. If you're not following already and enjoyed the stream, just chilling out and building, you drop a follow. can also find my socials. And it is odd. We're all stream schedule and alerts. Thinking of schedule, I need to actually make one tonight/tomorrow morning. Because, yeah. I could potentially stream tomorrow. Might not. But I'm definitely going to stream Saturday, I think. Do some more Star Wars Outlaws. And then... a bit more SWTOR with Sith Warrior. And... we're working this. We could just like leave this again until next Thursday. That would work out pretty well, I think. Unless anything changes work-wise. Also, just remembering, like, that red panel is actually attached to this piece. Kind of crazy. Right, let's see. Anyone on to raid right now? How do we look? See. All online. Let's see. Sorry, yawning. Is anyone else working on Star Wars stuff? Problem with being a weekday streamer is finding people to raid. Oh, you know what? I can just go raid Shin. We're doing some Resident Evil 6. Let's do that. Alright, let's get the raid message ready. Cannot spell. Followers, and of course 1 for subs as well. Let's go raid Shin. Following. Some Resident Evil. Okie. Right. Get that started. And as always, thank you so much for watching. You have an awesome day, an awesome week, and I'll see you around the cosmos. Dodgestar, signing off.